Hello, good evening, Twin Minds here. We are doing some strange antiquities tonight. Hopefully to be as chill as possible, because my neck is trying to murder me. But that's okay. Meow, meow, meow. Hi, Sucks, Ducks, Tricks, Ace, hello, hi, welcome. Welcome to my humble shop. That needs to go away. That needs to go away. There we go. All right. So let's get right back into it, shall we? I almost did a different game tonight, but I figured I probably should keep this fresh in mind before I forget all the things. And there's a solid chance I might forget all the things tonight anyway, but we'll see how that goes. So, where are we at? We are at the beginning of the 9th day, I do believe, which is under my face. You can't see that, but that's fine. We still have this clock thing spinning, unknown for some reason. Don't know what it do yet. We have several books. The most recent acquired one is on curses and their effects. We have read it. We have not necessarily understood it, but there it is. Hey Tracy, hello, welcome. Yeah, man. We have a number of identified trinkets. I think that number is now over 50%-ish. Looks to be kind of sort of towards 75-ish percent. We also have this thing that we haven't opened up yet, the clock puzzle to figure out. We still have one more of these little blocks to enter over on this side. We don't have our thermic field identifier yet, so there's still plenty to do. My cat's missing. I just noticed this. It is day 9. Cat's missing. Cat hasn't been missing yet the entire time. Cat? Hello? Are you in a drawer? Hello? No, there's no kitty. Curious. I can't pet the kitty and ring the bell. I can't even put a statue where the cat is supposed to be, because that is their designated spot, and the game ain't letting me change that. So we're just gonna pet this kitty and ring the bell. Constance Bader. All right. My awakening ceremony takes place at the convent tomorrow. I will need a talon. All right. Isn't that one of the ones that we haven't quite figured out yet because of the clues being very obscure? I mean, that's actually most of what we have left in the book is ones we haven't figured out yet because the clues are very obscure. But let's see if we can try, shall we? Balloona. I don't have any treats to shake. That's the worst part. I'm glad I said that out of earshot of Kitty. He would have gone crazy. Amphesian Talon. The League of the Amphesian Heart uses these items as part of its grim initiation rite. They guard their secrets closely, but it is said that they worship an ancient, nameless gods, communicating with them via the broken path. Acolytes must press the tip of a talon hard against their cheekbone, to the point of drawing blood. They perform this act nightly for 49 days, 7 sevens, after which the scar will forever mark them. So, we don't have much to go on. We have Amphesian Heart, which unfortunately only has an entry related to the Talon. We have Nameless Gods, again, no references. And we have the Broken Path, which, again, no references. They guard their secrets. They guard their secrets closely. They worship ancient gods. Grim initiation rite. They press the tip of a talon hard against their cheekbone. That's all we got to go on. That's literally it. Like, there's no information about what it looks like, what symbols it might use, what feelings it might give, what color it is. All we have to go on is what appears to be the marks of the talon that go on this guy's face. That's it. Hello, Scooby. Hi. Hello, welcome. So, do we have any ideas? Because I am out of ideas before we start. So, yeah, the doctor lady has the scars, but her scars are more like animal slashes down her face. This appears more to be like almost deliberate puncture wounds rather than anything else. The only thing that I have that I can think of, and only because of these scars, is this. What I was thinking are the witch's fingers. They happen to have 2 points that align roughly with the scars being made in the image. I thought they were witch's fingers. We haven't confirmed it yet, but they seemed pretty obviously witch's fingers to me. I could be wrong. So we have snake. Hard and worryingly sharp, leathery, hard, polished, no sense in smells, makes me feel uneasy, I don't like it, which is real helpful. Okay. That's the only thing that comes to mind when I look at these scars. I don't know if these scars are accurate. I kind of want to go for it. Then that leaves me not knowing what the witch's fingers are. But, because the only other thing I've got is this, which is talon-like. It's actually a tooth. But we've already identified that as the hunter's boon, so that's not it. I'm gonna gamble on that. Was it? It do be it. Shape of the nail tips match the scarring on the cheek of the person in the sketch. Right, okay. So that is indeed the Amphesian Talon. I have to rename that. Morgan's Folly. A folly's symbol can be revealed to induce a trance-like state in anyone who casts their eye upon it, making them open to suggestibility. Precaution should be taken against unwittingly looking upon the hidden symbol for too long. Okay. Again, an item with a relatively minimal description. Okay. You can just be the talons. Okay. So, the one we just got, again, doesn't tell us much of anything, other than care should be taken not to look at it for too long, which, great. So that's cool. Unless that's what this box is for, because care is being taken to prevent me from looking at it for too long. Alright. Pet the missing kitty. Ring the bell. Hello again, Simone. Oh, where's Jupiter today? I always look forward to coming to say hello to him. I'm having a hard time with words right now. I've been working my way through the journal, but it's heavy going. I keep coming back to this series of sketches. Does this mean anything to you? Could it relate to the plinths? Okay. Plinths. She just walks in, says, ask me a question, and then walks away. I have no idea. Spirals, concentric circles that are facing each other, and then spirally helix. Okay, cool. Sure, that means something. I don't know exactly which plinths she's referring to. We might need to revert back to her previous conversation. Let's see. The plinths. Right. Plinths. The plinths were referring to excuse you, these, where you can put things, and it opened up secret passages. So I don't know exactly why we're getting additional clues related to the plinths, unless the plinths open up multiple secrets. Because we opened up what I thought was the one, but apparently there might be the two, or the three even. Okay. Do those symbols mean anything to me? So we have a spiral. It's not the only spiral we have. We have a spiral here. We have this, which isn't quite right, but it does have kind of the concentric circle thing going on, and a little bit of spiraliness to it. We don't really have anything that represents this or this that I'm aware of. This kind of has the opposing circles of this, but not quite. Could try to look them up in symbology. So we have spirals. I don't remember which spiral it is, which direction, so it's either rebirth or spirituality. Fine. We don't have anything that represents the Triforce triangulated concentric circles or the helix. There's no real symbology related to those. Cool. I don't know how quickly we need to answer that, but we probably need to get this sooner than later. And this didn't have a way to open it, right? Like there wasn't a clicky thing. I don't think so. Same with this one, we don't appear to have a way to open it. Not that we should be opening a box of thunder inside the shop. That feels like that might be hazardous. Okay. I don't see anything off the top of my head that correlates to these symbols. And this is still locked in place. I can't get that back. Not that that matters, but can't get it back anyway. Okay. Yep. We bet the non-existent kitty, and we ring the bell. I've come back for that Corvin's mite, and I'm not taking no for an answer this time. Okay. Okay. Oh. I want a Corvin's mite. Either you give it to me, or you never see your cat again. Take it to the woods behind Calgarth. That bitch. She has the cat. How dare. How dare. Alright, fine. Fine. You want your Corvin's mite? It's not going to be on my head if you murder someone with it. Now I just have to remember which one the Corvin's mite is. So this was the Grey's Grace. This was the one that we gave her initially when we had a choice. And this was meant to give her peace. She didn't want peace. She wants death. So now we need to find the Corvin's mite. There it is. This is theoretically the one she wants. Okay, take it to the woods behind Calgarth. Right. Calgarth. Calgarth Hall, 25. 25. Woods behind. That's close enough, says a voice from the shadows. Give me the Corvin's might, and I'll return your cat. I peer into the gloom, but I can't see anyone amongst the trees. I hesitate. I should give her what she wants. But then again, I'm a thaumaturge. I don't always have to do what people want. Perhaps there's a better way to find out where Jupiter is. We can hook her. I realized that as I was saying it, but said it anyway. So we can either give her her tool of revenge, or we can slash the memory out of her skull. I feel like that's a little bit more proactive than I was expecting. But at the same time, she has turned a little bit psychotic. And I kind of feel less bad about it. So I'm a hooker. It sounds even worse when I say it like that. Get hooked. Fuck. Diverging hook. The item has a gemstone from each of the thaumic branches. Amber from the diurnal, aquamarine from the celestial, and topaz from the individual. So, we did get that right. This is good. Get hooked, lady. That's what you get for trying to take my damn cat. I focus my attention on the diverging hook, searching the woman's mind hurriedly for any thought relating to Jupiter. It doesn't take long for her to realize that something is wrong. She steps out from the shadows with an enraged look on her face and lunges at me, causing me to slice wildly with the diverging hook. Her feelings of anger flow through the hook into me and scatter. She stumbles forward, confused now, and I try again, this time latching onto a swirling image of Jupiter's face, and I cut once more. I learn instantly that Jupiter is safely stowed aboard the Mary Bell, and I back away uncertainly, feeling a complex mixture of anger and pity at the now placid woman in front of me. Okay. Alright. So, now we gotta go to the Mary Bell. That we can do. Mary Bell. Right there. The Mary Bell is an old paddle steamer that hasn't been in working condition for many years. There's nobody aboard, or nobody that I can see at least, so I climb over the railing and start peering through the grimy windows. As I approach the far side of the boat, I hear a desperate crying coming from behind a windowless door. I try the handle and it opens to reveal an unimpressed cat with mismatched eyes. Jupiter. He springs from his prison into my arms. I hold him tight to my chest and he rubs my chin with the back of his head, purring with delight. Aw, we got Kitty back. Yay! Pet the kitty. Pet the kitty. Ring the bell. I think I've been cursed. 2 weeks ago, I was quietly minding my own business in the Guilty Ram when a stranger came up to me. He handed me a book titled The Changes of Dr. Lermonth before leaving. Something about it intrigued me enough to take it home with me. Ever since I read the first page, I've been having terrible nightmares, and they're getting worse. I spoke to Dr. Robinson, and she sent me here. Alright. Great. I feel like we need more information, but we'll figure it out. So, I think the librarian mentioned that the kitty is known for wandering about town. So, even though we have Kitty here with us all the time, I think Kitty is notorious for gallivanting, if you will. And this note here, Midnight Explorations of Undermere and Beyond. Yes. So yes, Kitty is known for being an outdoor cat. Okay, so you have nightmares. That's the only thing I have to go on is you have nightmares. I don't think I can... So it's either nightmares or curse that we need to solve. We have question mark. Typically, the question marks want me to provide an item that we've already identified for purposes. So it should be something that we already have a tag for, in theory. Gray's Grace, perhaps. Because Gray's Grace is, well, that's dispelling melancholy. Shadowcatcher's not really the right thing either. The Classy Purifier is for purifying trinkets, not brains. Like a Diverging Hook. We could hook her. I mean, him. Getting that memory right out of his brain. I feel like that would solve the problem. Probably not what we should be doing, but evil cunt. No. That's to fix comas. It depends. It depends on if it's an actual curse, or if he is just traumatized by what he read in the book and needs to forget it. So I guess it would depend on whether it's a real curse or not. Kindle romantic interests. Mystical placebo, indeed. Ostic ring keeps vermin at bay. Does he need a massager? Maybe he just needs to have a nice massage before he goes to bed. No. Let's look at this. So we're looking for something that does dreams or nightmares. Sleep vessel. 6 points. The sleep vessel are said to represent the 6 thaumic disciplines. They help people stay awake beyond any natural limits by storing their fatigue. Over time and repeated use, they become more and more difficult to handle, as though undreamed nightmares within are beginning to seep out. So, no, that's not really what we want. We don't really want to prevent him from sleeping and then cause his nightmares to overflow into the real world and destroy the city. That sounds like a bad plan. Curses. Do we have anything on curses? We have 2 things on curses. I've already covered the Classy Purifier, which purifies items. So Lamb's Siphon is the other one. Reverses the effects of a Black Heart Curse. Draws the curse from the body over several hours. The Black Heart Curse, if we go read up on curses, is that the one that he's got? Pale, cold to the touch, veins stick out, eventually death. So I don't think he's got the Black Heart Curse. Yeah, the sleep thing would only help him for like a week, and then his dreams would leak out of his ears, and he'd probably go insane. So in terms of curses and nightmares, Nothing was presented that would be useful. Unless he can, like, I don't know, use the Cluthy Purifier on the book or something, which feels like that wouldn't work because of the size and shape. And the Lamb Siphon is the only other thing that deals with curses, but it only deals specifically with the Black Heart curse. We don't have anything on just dreams generically. We have one thing on nightmares, and the results of that did not appear to be very useful. I could give him the Ambra and cause him to get mentally foggy and forget that he read the thing. That might not be great. Pulling at the threads of one's mind doesn't sound very great. I mean, the ecumenical would, in theory, pull the memory out of his head. If this is a situation where he needs to forget what he read rather than an actual curse. But I don't think we identified the ecumenical yet, have we? No. I still don't know which one that is. It's got the hourglass here, so it could be the book, or not the book, the box. But it does say that the ecumenical is supposed to have memento mori, some sort of memory of, or reminder of death on it, and this does not have that. I don't know what he needs. This one is very obscure. Or rather, it's not obscure. It's very specific into what we need to provide him. We need to provide him something that will cure him of a curse. But we don't have anything that does that. We also need to cure him of his nightmares, and we don't have anything that does that either. Still curious what this is. Wait, it smells like rotten eggs. Wasn't there a thing that we had? Well, there was a clue that we had at one point that said that it contained sulfur. I'm pretty sure there was a clue that mentioned containing sulfur. Now, that doesn't help me in the current situation, but I'm pretty sure we have a clue that helps with that one. Give him a prescription to pet Jupiter a bunch, yeah. Pet the kitty, that'll calm your nerves. Emit unpleasant vapors. Not specifically sulfur, but does emit unpleasant vapors. But that thing does not really have memento mori on it. So probably maybe not quite right. I mean, it does fit many of the clues for sure. So we have antidotes. What do we... Hang on. I just forgot we were given the Book of Curses. And I didn't forget that we were given the Book of Curses. I forget that I should be reading the rest of the curses to see if I can identify which curse he might actually have, which we might then have a cure for. Okay. Necrosis, no. Feels like they're choking, no. Burning from the inside out, not really. Pale, cold to the touch, and feel like you're clamped in a vice, not really. Poison of the mind, Morgan's insanity. Not very descriptive, but theoretically possible. To increasingly vivid nightmares, Noctic Sight. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay. So now we need to go to Noctic Sight. I know we have an entry for that. Moonstone Guardian. For the banishment of Hobbs' fear and Noctic sight. These tend to take the form of a comforting guardian. Moonstone Guardian, unfortunately, is one that we have not identified yet. Moonstone Guardian. Ah. We do need to give him a kitty to pet. I remember that because it's got a moonstone in the belly, and it says it takes the form of a comforting guardian. Alright, cool. Well, that one took us down a path, but we got there eventually. I hope your brain feels better soon. Ascus. An ascus allows the bearer to breathe underwater. The sensation is said to be most unusual since it requires one not to breathe at all. Those that use an ascus for extended periods sometimes forget to breathe once they are back on dry land and subsequently pass out. The core of the item is cold to the touch, but the ring, sometimes called the halo, stays warm. Oops. Interesting. Okay. Somewhat painful. Great. Okay. It can be white. It can be fancier. And we'll give you moon. It doesn't really fit the shape, does it? That one's better. Okay. There. Pat the kitty. Ring the bell. So we just got 2 achievements in quick succession. I got an achievement for rescuing Jupiter, and then I got a second achievement for curing his curse. So my guess is that was meant to be difficult because of the, not lack of clues, but slightly more obscure clues than usual. Sorry, lady, you were talking? Yes? Okay, sorry, Verona. There's not much that can unsettle me these days, but I found something at Kelgarth Hall that I'd rather I hadn't. In the cellar where they found those 2 poor girls I came across in bubbling black mess that was oozing from the rock itself. It seems there's a sickness in Undermere. It's in the earth and the water, and it's spreading. I suppose it falls to me to find out where it's coming from. If it's underground, then underground's where I'll start. See if I can find anything in the catacombs. I realize now that I must have been a little careless. I've been getting headaches. I won't go into the catacombs without a sextrum. Sextrum, you say? Hey. Yeah. We had previously identified this one tentatively. Fortinants can enhance physical strength or restore strength that has been sapped, whether by exertion or by hex. They're made of stone or iron and usually take the form of a small totem. Cool. Looking for something that is small, made of stone or iron. That's helpful. Real helpful. Okay, so we can... I have several small stone or iron totems, so that doesn't really narrow it down. Hell, these are basically small iron totems. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Alright, so any more clues on this? Are these reminiscent of any symbols on maps? Perhaps. I don't really see anything in here. What about here? These mostly have straight up symbols from the book. What about here? Mostly symbols from the book again. No, so that's not as helpful as I'd hoped it would be. Okay. I got nothing. So we're just going to let it be. I don't want to sit there and rack my brain over it. I got nothing. And nothing it shall be. Pet the kitty. And the day. Alright, so let us recap ever so briefly. Start off running through the rain on his horse, exhausted, cold, near death, trying to make it to town to try not to die. In pain, head got sliced with diverging hooks, so he was tinkering with his own brain, and he could not see out his left eye. And then, cut to 2 days earlier, they were going into Kirkhead Tower, trying to make a discovery, and then they made their way into a chamber and found a small black casket. That night at camp, one of the pair woke with a pain in his left eye, was immediately alerted to thoughts he had something was not right of his brain, and that the casket wanted to be opened. He sliced his own brain with the diverging hook to tear away the second part of his mind that was coming to consume him. He realized that his partner's eyes were black, so his partner already succumbed to whatever. He tried to use the diverging hook on his partner as he had done on himself, but he could find no part of him that had not been taken over by the infection. His partner's hands ripped at the satchel, tearing it open and sending the black casket tumbling out. Okay. So, his partner got consumed and then went for the casket. Bing! Below a moon that does not shine, there is no mark upon my shrine. In the dark, but not alone, my neighbor bears a cross of stone. Okay? So that sends us to the catacombs. And it said below a moon that does not shine. So that would be probably one of these ones. I'd say probably this one. I mean, we have several moons. So we have moon, we have moon, we have moon. We have moon, and we have moon. And then sort of a moon symbol. But then we also have the no mark upon my shrine. So we're looking for a shrine that is unmarked, but not alone. So next to another one that bears a cross of stone. So we have, this one has a cross, this one has a cross, 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 neighbor, no mark, but not below a moon, because there's no moon here to mark this one as legit. This one has a cross with a neighbor, but this is the moon itself. I mean, it's technically below a moon. We have cross of stone markings. So of the ones that are crosses with a neighbor, this one right here. Moon, neighbor with the cross, marking, no marking on the thingy. Because this one's got the same cross, no marking, but there's no moon above it. And all the other crosses are next to things with markings. So this has to be the one, right? Yep, Texas also. Okay. One. I find the blank tombstone without too much trouble, but there's nothing else here. Feeling foolish, I begin to make my way back to the surface when suddenly I see it, tucked away in a natural crack in the rock wall. A stone totem. This is what I came for. Stone totem! Hey, we were looking for one of those. looks like a stone totem. What do you got? Stone. Fucking figures, alright. Gold inlay. Pitted with raised detailing. Smells and sounds like nothing. And gives no tinglies to my brain. Great. Alright, doesn't really have much to go on at the moment. Howdy, Iron Ninja, how you doing? Nope, still no cage unlock. Still unknown mystery, and we have a new unknown mystery in the form of this little piece of paper here. There was one thing I wanted to do, but I can't do it yet. I need this piece here behind the cage, because this here hints, this here hints that these plinths unlock more than one thing. We've already unlocked one, and it gave me several things. But now this clue indicates that there might be a separate set of 3 items that go on the plinths to unlock something else. Which then leads me to another thought that I had previously related to Cernunnos. Nope. Related to Cernunnos. I think it's under the voice picture? No. Because it wasn't Cernunnos. It was... this one. He's got 3 trinkets that he's wearing. I have this one. I know where this one is. And I just need to identify this one. That might be 3 needed to open a thing. Totally a might. He's got several trinkets, but these 3 stand out in order. But I don't think I have the other one, because the other one has an Omega symbol on it, and I don't think I've had anything with Omega on it yet. But we've got the claw, and then we've got the casket with the skull on it here. So we would just need to identify the Omega symbol and possibly have another set of clues. But this is still mysterious. Water, wind, and DNA. Yeah, that could work. I don't know if that helps us with identification, but it could help. We have the one covered in blood. That would be the DNA portion. But we have many that are water and or wind oriented. So I don't know if that would narrow it down at all. But this symbol here is interesting in that it doesn't have representation in here. Because in here we do have spirals, but it is specifically one-directional spirals of either direction. Whereas this symbol starts off in the center and spirals off both directions. I'm sure there's a name for this brand of spiral, but I'm not familiar with it. But I recognize the difference. Does kind of look like a oscilloscope pattern as well. Yes, kitty, hello. Hello, kitty. What would you like, kitty? What would you like, kitty? Fluffy Tommy. Fluffy Tommy. Fluffy Tommy. Howdy, Frostbite. How you doing? Welcome. There are no direct items pertaining to Uzumaki. There might be an item with a spiral, but nothing that is very spiral forward as Uzumaki. Although, we do have this one. This one's kind of spiral forward. And this one's kind of spiral adjacent. Looks more wind patterned than anything. Doing pretty good, Frostbite. How you doing? I'm patting a kitty. I'm patting a kitty. Hi, kitty. How you doing, kitty? Okay. So, this piece of paper is still kind of sort of unknown. So we'll leave it, we'll pet the kitty, and we'll ring the bell. Catherine Walpole. I have traveled a long way searching for an eye of the forest. I have read stories of the Dryer of old who would hunt in partnership with an eagle, seeing what they see, soaring on the wind. I intend to rekindle this lost custom. Perhaps you know something about it? Didn't we identify one of these? I mean, we do have the one that is literally just an eye. So it's very possible this is the one. Oh, there is a spiral ring on the hand. Yeah, okay. So this is an eye. But is that the eye? And was there something else that we had for Eye of Cernunnos? No, it might have been the spirit eye that we identified. Sheep vessel. Fuck this thing. I forgot why I put that as a note, honestly. I might have been mad at its description or its clues. I don't remember. Yeah. Might just be the eye. We have the deer god, we have the horny goat of rubbing +3. Eye of deer god. Right, so this is the one that we have tentatively identified as the Eye of the Deer God. Dark yew wood spiraling around a green gemstone. Has a pleasant scent that reminds me of the forest. So possibly this one. This one makes more sense as the Eye of Cernunnos. But it depends on which green gem it is. I mean, it looks kind of sort of malachite-ish, but not quite. Could be jade, earth and nature, which would also make sense. But the eye that moves around also is the same rough eye gem looking thing. So that doesn't really differentiate the two. Malachite is a stone of sight, so also would fit if that is the type of stone that it is. But yeah, this is also possible. Unfortunately, this one has like no information to go on. Green marble, iron, intricate detailing, cool and smooth. No mention of it following you and looking at you as you look around. Moo. He's upset that I am restraining him on my lap. I am holding him here. He's not struggling. He's just complaining. Just an occasional murr. Alright, we're gonna give her this one. Because it's got more naturey goodness to it. Here, have that. Good. That does leave a big question of what the eye trinket is. Using the index in the book, I can find a sketch of Sir Nuno's holding an item that looks very similar to this one. Jade gemstone, stone of nature, hints at the connection to the natural world. And the fact that it feels and smells like the forest. Okay. So she has given me a clue of a zephyrim. These resonant objects give off a faint odor that will be familiar to any thaumaturge. It is the scent of the storm, of ozone, and of power. The scent of magic. When these vapors are inhaled deeply, they can unlock deep wells of anger and channel them into a powerful maelstrom. This is the power of the West Wind. Not the West Wing. That's more political in nature. Alright, we can remove the question mark from the eye of the dear god. Give you green. I realize that he's not very visible in the dark. I do realize this. But I have him. And that's what's important. Meh. Floppy kitty, Tommy. He's squirming. He's squirming. He's trying to get up. He's trying to go. Okay. Gila. Gila. I need you to unzip yourself from my shoulder, if you could, please. He just zipped himself to my shoulder, and that hurt a lot. Kitty, that hurt, sir. Why'd you do that? How come? How come you did that? Ay-ya. This pointy kitty needs a clipping. Pointy kitty. Squish that cat and stop zipping yourself to my shoulder. Yeah. He is an innocent little baby. Yes, he is. That's why I'm not giving him too much hell. He's just really pointy. And my shoulder hurts. Okay. We pat the kitty. Ring the bell. Ah, mailman, hello. I was expected to talk with Verona Green this morning, but she wasn't at home. Unusual for her. I hope she's okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. We missed the grand reveal. If you can spare the time, we'd appreciate your help. There's something unusual in our house. You can't miss us. We're the only detached house in Ruskin. Alright. Mrs. Arbream will come visit. I didn't realize I made house calls in this thing. I don't think Verona is the lady we hooked. Verona is the old woman looking into the problems. So she is out and about attempting to solve situations. The lady we hooked is the sister to the doctor, who doesn't have her own entry. So it's just the sister to the doctor. So something Robertson. So we are going to Ruskin, to the only detached house. I'm assuming that will make more sense when I get to the map. Ruskin, you say? Where, oh where, is Ruskin? Ruskin. I'm assuming Ruskin then would be the street name. Ruskin Street, the only detached house. Got it. I am greeted by a tired-looking, middle-aged woman who immediately offers me tea. I gratefully accept and join the social ritual before we meander towards the point of my visit. She leads me up the stairs and into the attic. A single small window does little to dispel the gloom, but our eyes slowly adjust. Then we hear the voices. At first I think it's the house creaking in the wind, soft murmuring groans that seem to come from the walls themselves. Then I start to feel as though a conversation is happening, too quiet to make any sense of. Okay, so maybe we need the hearing stone to hear it? Let us use the squeaky bat. We are here on a house call. We need to use all the tools at our disposal. Let us use the squeaky bat to hear what the house is saying. With the hearing charm, I suddenly find myself able to pick up every small sound without difficulty. The whispered voices become clearer and my heart beats faster as I hear what they're saying. They're discussing a section of the wall where some of the bricks are loose. Carefully, I pull them away to reveal a small cavity. Inside, to my horror, is a human skull, its dark eyes staring lifelessly back at me. At the insistence of the voices, I reach inside the cavity, and my hand closes around an unusual-looking item. Immediately, the voices fall silent, and my heightened senses are left with the whooshing drumbeat of the blood being pumped around my body. Okay. Oh. Okay. Cool. Sure, we'll add you to the collection. That does not match up with these symbols. It's the first thing I looked at. Don't know what it means, don't know what to do. But it was very ominous, and the house insisted I take it away. When a house tells you to remove something from its premises, you should listen. It's like if Thomas the Tank Engine were a moon deity. Bronze, green gemstone, okay. Smooth, raised detailing. No sound or smell. And no brain power. Okay. The green gemstone appears to be jade. Because normally they do lean into the dark striations of malachite if it's going to be that. So that would mean it is of the earth or nature. Plus moon. Sleepy moon face. Don't know what it means. Don't know which one it is yet, but it do. Pet the kitty. Ring the bell. Grenville Pierce. What a name. Your name is Grenville. Alright. My father's sword has a space in the hilt where shimmer would go, but he sold it to buy whiskey a long time ago. For whatever reason, he never did sell the sword itself. I wanted to restore it to its former glory. Alright. I'm pretty sure we've identified a shimmer before. We have not. We have not indeed. Shimmer. Ah, right. Objects that are slotted into weaponry. You know, it would be a whole lot easier if he were to show me the sword so I can see what the slot looks like. But we're not allowed to see what the slot looks like. So the only slot that we have is this. At least I am assuming that's the slot. Induce calm rage in the face of unimaginable horrors of battle. Knight of Thorns. Do you have anything else on the Knight of Thorns? No, we do not. Because I don't think we have anything that fits into what appears to be a slot here. Three loops in triangle shape. Possible hole in the center with 3 pin holes on triangle spots. I don't think we have anything that fits that shape. So I don't know. I mean, we have this, and that could, in theory, fit. And this was one of my first thoughts, that it seemed to fit in theory. So maybe we just roll with it and see if it works. But I can't imagine this slotting into a sword. It doesn't feel right at all. But again, would be very helpful if we could see the slot in question. Hell, if this were a real shop, I'd be like, alright dude, give me the sword, we're gonna go around the shop one at a time and see what fits. Like, that would be the best way to do it. But not allowed. Not allowed to go through logical paths like that. We have horns. We do have horns. The only horns that we really have are this one, already identified, this one, and this one, already identified. It's kind of sort of has horns already identified. So I think that's it in terms of horns. But let's give him this. It seems to fit in the slot. It fits in the slot. This pendant would fit into the slot shown in the sketch. The topaz and obsidian gemstones hint at calm rage, where the malachite suggests foresight or staying one step ahead. I mean, if you want to interpret it that way, I guess. Sure. Babelia. Or Bablia. The meaning of the unusual markings on a babelia is not clear. They resemble a mentic field pattern, but the items themselves do not produce a mentic field. They can be used to aid with translation of foreign texts, although they require some skill to make use of. This ability does not transfer to spoken language. So, a babelia, root word babel, doesn't help much, but sure, we're learning root words. So you can be yellow. We indeed found the shimmer. It does not mention being tower-shaped. It says it resembles a mentic field. So what does a mentic field look like? Nope. So my guess, okay, so here's my guesses of what's going on so far. That Babel thing is one of the many or one of the probably handful that we need a thaumic field detector for. And there is... The object itself resembles a mantic field, which means we need to be able to identify what a mantic field looks like to match it up. And then my other theory is that these would all resemble thaumic fields. Or these are all items that have thaumic fields that look like these things that we're supposed to identify once we get a thaumic field detector, so that we can then figure out which items need to go in those slots. That's my theory so far. Because we've had multiple references to thaumic fields. This being one of them. This is a diurnic field pattern. But we don't have any more information. Now this middle one represents what I would call a triurnic field pattern, because it is similar to the diurnic, but 3 of them, so we're just going to call it that. So these do seem to represent thaumic fields. And then the Babel one seems to be only identifiable by the shape of a mantic field once we figure out what that's supposed to look like. So I think we're going to get another book sometime soon. And or a trinket to help identify thaumic fields. It does feel like there should be something to unlock the gate by now. But, I mean, maybe not. None of the trinkets have been called for. So... maybe they're not necessary. And we just got this. Nope. We recently got that. We just got you. Already tried this because it looked about right. No. I'm going to go with no, actually. Wouldn't that be funny? If the weights had been there as the keys the whole time. Use the cat. No, it's not the cat. Sneaky stone or thief or lockpicky type things. I don't think so. I didn't try the candles. Technically correct. Cannot try the candles. Oh, I can swap the candles. Interesting. Candles cannot be tried. Pet the kitty. Ring the bell. Did putting the weights on the pedestals do anything? I hadn't tried. Oh. Sorry, sir. I'll get back to you later. Please don't run away. No. We could try other combinations, but I'm going to go with no for the moment. Hadn't tried it, though. Okay, what do you want? Freddy Lamb. I work at the steel mill in Kenswick and don't think there's one of us that hasn't suffered a nasty burn. Do you have anything that can protect us against that sort of thing? I don't know. Do I? I have Serene Ward. Permit the bearer to withstand fire. I do have such a thing. Do I have such a thing that I could identify? Made from basilisk scales, a material known to endure intense heat, these unusual objects can permit the bearer to withstand fire and flame and remain unharmed. Do not offer protection against the basilisk itself. So there is no indication in the text about what it looks like, other than made from basilisk scales. And then we have this as our imagery. Ah. Basilisk scale. Forgot I got this one a bit ago, and I just kind of shuffled it away and forgot about it. And these are obsidian of fire, and this is, sorry, orange gemstone would probably also be of fire. Let's double check. So obsidian of fire and fury, red gem, a red or orange gem would be probably amber, fire and light, heat and life. So this is our buddy. What's it called again? Cyrene Ward. Gotta come up with more jazzy names than Cyrene Ward. Here, have it. Solemn Mether. This is the other Mether that we've had a name for, finally. Up till now, we've only had the other Mether. Starts with an R, Restful Mether, or something like that. I mean, in fairness, Iron Ninja, there are many, many things that misidentify mythological creatures, including myths themselves. And D&D is not foreign to mislabeling or misidentifying mythological creatures. Okay, Solemn Mether. One of the three types of Mether. The solemn variety is considered the most powerful. It permits the drinker to forge pathways in the mind, to recall that which has been forgotten, or to repair that which has been broken. It will produce a noticeably stronger thaumic field than the other two types. Yet another clue that we're getting a thaumic field reader probably sooner than later. Because this is theoretically the only way to identify this one from the other Methers. Methers being these mugs. Thanks, my life will be relieved. Found this down the side of the counter just where I was waiting. I don't know if anything's important or not. Oh, okay. Thanks. Ah! It's been here the whole time. He said he found this down by the counter. So he's been standing there and he found our missing trinket. It just fell on the other side of the shelf. And lo and behold, we, being stuck behind this counter, have never once thought to go on the other side of our counter to browse the rest of our shop, to look to see if we had the missing trinket. Okay, missing trinket goes here. I see. So these represent all of the different disciplines. Indeed. Okay, so these represent all the different disciplines and the ways to make those symbols. And now we have the Thaumic Field Identifier doodad. I can't take it out of the spot, so I need to put things on or near it. Ooh. 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 Trippy. I feel like... I feel like that is a very odd and awkward way to identify Thaumic fields. Because you get it for a brief moment and you can't see it entirely behind the trinket. And you can only see it for a moment after you take it away. But this one matches our number 2. From this note. And that's probably... Oh. See, this one also represents our number 2. It's got the same field. As does this one. But this one has a stronger field. So A, this one is our other mether. Solemn ether. No symbol for you. You make me sad. Okay, so this is our solemn ether. Right? Very first pull is the one that has the thing I'm looking for. Okay. So do all of these have Thaumic fields on them? It do. That's a diurnic field. Wow. 3 out of 4 that I bothered scanning, and I immediately get what I'm looking for. Nice. So, thingy. I got a thingy. Gold detailing laid over stone. Warm and smooth. Nothing else. Cool. It appears to be just a doodad that does its due. Hey, did you eat my cup? It ate my cup. It ate my mug. Ah, they're down here. Okay. Yeah, it almost ate my mug. Here, let's put you there. Put you back there. So neither of you had seen that previous transition, because we had a previous transition. I don't remember which clue it was. But we had a previous transition that did the same thing, but a different cubby appeared. And that's where I got various other trinkets a previous night. But we have our Thaumic meter doodad now. Okay. So let's read the book quick. So we've got symbology. We have various things. So celestial, little circle top, big medium circle bottom. Yeah. Celestial. That's the celestial symbol. Perfect. Okay. So then we need the same, but the medium circle top and the little circle bottom. So that, the triurnal symbol, is our Dradic. And then we need to look at diurnic, which is a diamond. That's the diurnal pattern. And then noctic is the spirally pattern. The twin arm spiral galaxy pattern. And then we got individual, we got medium circle, U. Okay, that's that one. Then we need, yeah, wibbly wobbly hourglassy looking thing. Okay, neat. We got symbols, we got patterns. So that is mostly, I think, an identifier. Like this lets us see, for example, like if something says I need a diurnic pattern, we can look to see what the diurnic pattern is. And this is for scanning objects, so we can see what their pattern is. This is a spirally galaxy pattern. This is spiral galaxy pattern. Okay, good. We're learning things. Kind of oscilloscope, yeah. So what other things did we need to ID using Thaumic? Well, we identified this mug that needed identifying by pattern. Sleep vessel. Mantic, the Babelia. Its design resembles a mantic field, but the items themselves do not produce a mantic field. So we need to find something that looks like a mantic field. So let's go back and get the mantic field up. So mantic is that one. Mantic. Yeah. So the design of the Babel translator resembles a crescent tic-tac-toe board. Do we have a crescent tic-tac-toe board? I don't think so. No. Yes. Yes, we do. So is this our Tower of Babel? It's got the pattern. And it says it does not produce a field. Or the correct field. So this one is producing a diurnic field, even though it has the mantic pattern on it. So this one is a contender. So this one we can label tentatively as our Tower of Babel. Tentatively means question marks. Okay, that's good. Put you over here. Did we have anything else that needed to be identified by a field? So that was a Mantic. Blinding Seed we've got. Be really nice if this book came with a back button. Like a back button that takes you back to the previous page you were on. Not the back button that takes you back to the shop. Sleep Vessel we got. Methers. Noctic. Ambra. They produce a Noctic field. So, yes, however, I don't think I want to scan through everything in my shop to find Noctic field items, because this otherwise has no descriptor of what it should look like. So that feels unnecessary to me, at least at the moment. Once we get more things identified and crossed off our to-do list, then maybe. Select Totem, Noctic Site, Magic Spirit. Selenic. Thalmic Field, Solemn Ether. Those are the only things I can think of offhand that had a reference to a field that we needed to look up. So the rest we'll take them as they come. We'll figure them out as they go. This one is a question mark. It's been dangling and shiny the whole time, so let's see what you scan as. It has a strong field that is vertical, interestingly enough, because the symbol that produces that similar field is typically horizontal. Not sure if that matters. Maybe they're all vertical if they're hangy pendants. This one, what do you do? You're a very weak spiral galaxy field. How about you, the boombox? A very weak Diurnic field. And a relatively weak Mantic field. What about the paper? Something made from silver produces a Diurnic field. This was another thing that we had. Forgot about that. What do we have that's made of silver? That produces a Diurnic field. What do I have that's even made of silver? This is stone. Most of these items are stone. Most of these are iron. This is silver, but this is identified already as something else, same as this. These are all stone or iron or bronze. This is tarnished silver, but again, we've already identified that. Unless it doesn't need a specific object. Maybe it just needs an object made from silver that produces a Diurnic field. Do you produce a Diurnic field? You do not. Okay. That's fair. Crosses that off the list. What about you? You're iron. You're pewter. Iron. Stone. Iron. Yeah, our number of items that are made of silver is very limited. You are silver, or at least have silver on you. Does not produce a diurnic field. What about our weights? No. Okay, okay. That's fair. Could be the cage. Could be in the cage. I mean, most of these things look like bronze. Or gold. Or wood. This one could be, although it looks more like it would be stone. And then there's this dude. Whatever that dude is. Okay. So, I think we have done as much as we can with this for now. Hang on, I'm doing a thing. Screenshots. Gotta make pretty screenshots. Alright. Okay. Pat the kitty. Ring the bell. Judgment is coming. We worship the warrior, not out of love, but because he is powerful. Because he demands our fear. What use is a god that you are not afraid of? Those of us who have read Holger's teaching have known about the prophecy for a long time. And now, the casket will finally be opened. It contains his final lesson for those who will not kneel. It contains his retribution against the sinful. It contains his divine rage. My preparations are underway to celebrate his wrath and prove our devotion. For now, a veiled fen is all I require. I don't feel like I should be helping this woman. I get it that the customer is always right, but I feel like there's got to be some limits to that. Like, oh, I don't know, helping a cult bring about the end times? Feels like that's past my limit of usefulness. So you want a veiled fen. Did we identify a veiled fen yet? I don't think we did. Brightly colored in the light, but it clouds over after a short period in total darkness. I don't have total darkness to cloud it over in. Oh, God, I'm pasty. That can be used to command attention from individuals or small groups of people. Public speakers sometimes use them as a substitute for charisma. Okay, so that doesn't help like at all. But morals always get in the way of capitalism. Yeah. Do we have a way to do... We do. I have drawers that I can put it in. I can put it in me drawers. I don't know if putting a bunch of trinkets in the drawers to see if they turn dim is the best plan. But first off, let's look for something that is brightly colored. That isn't already identified. This is fairly brightly colored that isn't already identified. So let's... Can we... Does that count? Like, does that count as dark? Here, let's just start shoving stuff in drawers. Brightly colored. It kind of glows. Neat. Let's just slap you in a drawer. What else do we have that's brightly colored that isn't identified? Not really much. Nope, shiny pendant is still shiny. Ah. Aha ha ha. Aha. Does it actually work under here? No, it actually does need to be tucked away in a drawer. Put you back where you belong. Yes. Indeed, the eye goes to sleep. So, the veiled fen is an eyeball. Would have been real nice if the book mentioned that. Would have been real nice. Eyeball. Take it. Take your creepy eyeball. Get out of here. This item is brightly colored. Sure. When placed in darkness, drawer or cupboard, for example, the eye darkens. Good luck taking over the world or punishing all the sinners or whatever you're doing, lady. A witherance is the inverse of a fortinance and sometimes put to more malicious use. These can be crafted from stone like the fortinance, but wood is more commonly used. The fortinance, by the way, also did not give us very much information, so basing it on the appearance of the fortinance does not help. That's okay. So, that is it. We don't have any more clues to follow other than this. But that's fine. We can do that later. Still don't have a key to the gate. Still don't have an answer to the clock mystery. We have found our thermic field detector. So that's good. And we opened up another one of these. So this is good. Pet the kitty. And the day. The two men fought as the heavens opened and lightning flashed across the night. One man wrestled the casket from the other's grasp and leaped astride his horse, galloping off into the cold, wet darkness, which I believe leads us back to day one. Galloping through the rain. So we might now then figure out what's happened after that. Simple. Oh. Okay. We have a centralized or a triangulated location based on various building shapes in town. Cool. We'll go look for that. It is now day 2, Sunday. Yeah, their font is a little bit funky. Because their font shows their number 1 as like half-height eyes. And half-height eyes I would normally read as Roman numerals. So while it is technically day 11, that definitely reads as day 2. Because their font is weird. Okay, let's go see if we can figure out where that do. So where do you do? How do you do? What do you do? Oops. And in which orientation do you do? Because these things do like to be rotated in weird angles and make you use your brain to look. I do believe this right here is this right here. So then That's there. That's there. That is there. Therefore, here's where we go. When I draw back the curtain, I am unable to control my exclamation of horror. Behind the dark red velvet is a silent, squirming, seething mass of eyes, all shiny and wet and alive. Fear takes hold before my mind catches up and I understand what I'm looking at. And when I do, I realize it's looking right back at me. Great! The object I'm looking for sits on a small shelf below, and the eyes watch as I snatch it and get the hell out of there. They got a derpy little wolf totem. He's so derpy looking. Look at his stupid little mouth. His stupid little derpy eye. His stupid little fingers. It could have been a biblically accurate angel. Could have been. Alright. Still wish I knew what was up at the clock. I kind of want that to stop spinning, but I kind of want to leave it there. It's fine. Again, no more clues to follow. So we pet the kitty. And we ring the bell. We think we finally located the wreck of the Orion out in the lake. Sadly, our funding has run out and we can't afford expensive diving equipment. But we put our heads together and wondered if there was another way. Oh, you're gonna want the breathing thing, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna want the breathing thing. Let's see if we can figure out what the breathing thing is. That was the... That was the Ascus, was it? Yeah. An Ascus, breathe underwater. The core of the item is cold to the touch, but the ring, sometimes called the halo, stays warm. Alright. Core stays cold, ring stays warm. That was this one, wasn't it? Surprisingly warm, cool, warm, cool, warm, cool, warm, cool, warm, cool. Here you go. The Gaudian Siren. Although these are similar in form to thaumic needles, Gaudian sirens serve a very different purpose. They create a strong compulsion, like a siren's call, that can be used to divert attention. Alright. So you... I come up with some creative D&D sounding names for some of these things. What do we got for breathing water related symbols? And when I labeled this as the ascot, my first thought was like Fred from Scooby-Doo with the ascot scarf, and you just tie a little fancy scarf around your neck so you can breathe better. I don't really have any water. You can be that one, sure. There, we figured that one. You're glad the neat-looking pendant wasn't evil? I mean, yeah. It's nice when the pendants are not horrific treasures of doom and despair. Alright. So that's that. That's good. That's good. Alright. Pet the kitty. Ring the bell. Rowena Hardwick. I'm close, but I need more power. I need St. Cedric's thunder. And quickly, while this storm's raging. Alright. Nope, that is not it. Here, have the boombox. Good luck. I don't know what you're doing with it, but good luck. Ah, thalamic needle. Hey, we just learned about that. Controversial items that are rarely used. They can reach into the mind of the recently deceased to give an impression of their thoughts before they died. Curiously, the weight of those tall items decreases when heated. Interesting. So first off, tall item. And the weight decreases when heated, you say. Tall item? Weight decreases when... Nope, that's the candle. That is not what I intended to do. Wait a second. Its weight decreased when heated. Look at that. Look at that. That is solving problems. I don't know. That one. Sure. Why not? It's a shame I can't put this scale like under the counter when I don't need it, because it keeps getting in the way. Let's leave you there for now. Okay, that's cool. I like that there are some of these that have really interesting interactive effects, but I feel like those are woefully underutilized. Like we have this one that reacts to candlelight. We have this one that reacts to candle heat. We have this one that reacts to being in the dark. Like, I feel like they could have used some of those mechanics more to give us more tools to identify things, and to be more interactive and more experimental in our proddings and pokings. But the ones that they have done are pretty neat. Okay. Now, who was she and what did she want? She's not in my list of people, so I can't, like, review her previous conversations. She come in saying, I need more power, give me the power of Thor. And I'm like, okay, what are you doing now? Should I be concerned? Now, well, not my problem. I'm just the store clerk. Pet the kitty. Ring pet. I said pet the kitty, and Gizmo looked at me very insistently as if I was not petting the correct kitty. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Like, he whipped his head around to look at me when I said pet the kitty. I am petting the kitty, okay? Petting the kitty. Right, you were saying stuff. Sorry. You're not gonna talk about your your sister who tried to blackmail me and kidnap my cat, and I sliced her brain open with the hooker. You're not going to mention any of that? Okay, it's fine. I've been trying to get a hold of an Ambra. Before she vanished, Verona said it might have something to do with my patients. It had almost slipped my mind, but then I remembered that there's one right here in Strange Antiquities. Eli told me himself he keeps it locked behind ethereal key. I see. I see. Okay. We have a problem to solve. We previously learned that the ethereal key cannot be seen. And it can only be seen when you grab it. So, we probably have had the key to this nearby all along. But finding it, because it cannot be seen, is a bit of a problem. And I don't... You make a good point. Mug and you. Wow, I can't believe I remember that. You are right. There was 2 shells and only one had an item. Okay. It's not that one. At least not that I can find. Oh. That's curious. It's the only time that those actually lay down. All the other times they hang places. Curious. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing in here. Okay. What about the other hidden shelf? Which, we're gonna have to review all my clues. Dang it. Hang on. Shibbity boop. Kablamo. Horn Shackle, Evocont, and then a moon something. Okay. So, Evocont, moon something, and the Horned Shackle. Is that the goat? Yes. Okay, let's read quick about the ethereal key and see if there's any more clues that we got. Ethereal key is designed to be hidden from prying eyes. When activated by moving the object in a circular motion, the key is revealed by its gemstone of light. Ah, okay, so this might actually be an object that's normally visible, but the key portion of the object is not visible until we circle it. So we need a gemstone of light. Rare items generally not known about outside of circles. Gemstone of the night power, the concealment charm. So we need a gemstone of the night and a gemstone of the light, possibly on the same object. Do we have those? Do we have a one of those? We have a U. I'm gonna start spinning all of my objects and see what happens. Yep. there the whole fucking time. Was there the whole fucking time. Put you up there. Put you in here. Gotta put you here. There we go. Found it. Did it. Okay, so now we need to reveal, or we need to discover what we have here. What do we have here? We have a bird skull wrapped in clay with gold inlay that is textured, hard and smooth, smells and sounds of nothing, and does not give my brain any tinglies. We have this little goblin-looking dude, made of wood with white paint. Rough, smells of linseed oil, great. I notice myself becoming drained of energy as I handle this object. Ah. And then you? No, you. Okay. So this is the opposite of the fortification one, which was the weakification one, the fortinance, and the weakenance, or something like that. What was it called again? The witherance. Yes, there we go. So you are our witherance. Okay, you. You are the thingy that tells me where to go when we've been looking for you. You are made of gold with intricate detailing and no other details. Okay. You. Give me no brain power. No ear power. Detailing smooth, etc. Made of gold, bronze, and wood. Okay. What are you? You are made of. Ooh. Oh. Oh. An interactive thing. It's got a hidden symbol. Alright. Your weathered hinged panel. No information. Nothing. Nothing. Engraved symbols, rough pitted, limestone. So this is the first and so far only stone object that has been something other than just stone. Very specifically, limestone. Probably important. And you, little creepy wooden boy. White paint, carved out of wood. Roughness. Nothing to remark. Which symbol is that, by the way? Is that, it's not Pisces. Is that Gemini? That's Gemini, isn't it? That shows how much I pay attention to astrology. I am a Pisces. Yeah. Alright. We're gonna have to look up the symbols to see what they do and what they mean. It is also the symbol for paralysis. Pisces, paralysis, close enough. Because, yeah, we don't actually have the common astrological symbols in this game. I mean, the symbols are frequently here, but they mean other things. So in this game, Pisces is paralysis. We are looking for that symbol. Triangle with a line down the middle. Sorry, I'm tormenting the kitty. Triangle with a line down the middle. Triangle. Weakness. Okay, well that makes sense because that is what its purpose is. What about you? little crossy pitchforky doodad. Confusion. Okay, good, great. And then this is a ring of paralysis. Love it. And then you. Diamond with diamond. Diamond with little diamond. Hypnosis. Okay. What are you looking for again? You want an Ambra. What are you looking for? You want an Ambra. Oh. Withering of intellect and thought. Slow to work, requiring several hours to have any effect. They can cause the whites of the eyes to turn black and the subject to become deeply disoriented. They produce a noctic field. So... Confusion? Ambra? Confusion? Hypnosis? Not really. Confusion. Noctic field? Oh, right. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Because it feels very much like... Well, so we learned of the Ambra early on. Roughly around the time that the black eye problem was becoming a thing. So my first thought was there was an Ambra out there that someone was attacking people with. It has since come to light that it's more likely the black casket that is causing the black eye problem. So why she needs an Ambra, I do not know. She does seem to think that the Ambra can help her patients, and she is attempting to treat the people with the black eyes and the coma and whatnot. So maybe she thinks she can, like, I don't know, reverse the problem or something. So this we need a noctic field for the Ambra, right? Which one's the noctic field? Is noctic field one I'm looking for? Yeah. So noctic field. Noctic field is medium circle, diamond, little circle. So this is the noctic field. This is the little wooden boy of confusion. So, Ambra? Yeah. Symbol of confusion causing the mental fog produces the noctic field. Okay. So we now have a clue for a pit. The casket may also be an Ambra. Maybe they come in different forms. The three different elements that make up a pit allegedly represent the earth, the sun, and death, or darkness. The Dradic, the Diurnic, and the Noctic. These energies balance in such a way that the objects do not produce a recognizable thaumic field. They can be directed to emit powerful vibrations capable of cracking solid rock. That sounds kind of powerful. Alright. Okay. So you. I'm going to leave these in this section, just to remind myself mostly that they're the more newly acquired ones, and to keep them segregated from the stuff that we've had the entire time. I mean, okay, we've technically had these the entire time, but we only just recently unlocked them after getting the official clue that we should unlock them. So, I'm gonna count that as having recently acquired them. What would you like, Kitty? What would you like, Kitty? I don't know how to help you. I'm sorry. I don't know how to help you. Yeah.
having a talk. He's having a conversation. Is that what you're doing?
He's having a conversation. But he specifically only has a conversation when I put my face down to his level and speak down with him. He doesn't speak to me nearly as much if I stay up here. He just murred and headbutted me. What an adorable little baby. Alright. So, this one. I wanna tinker with this one. So that what does this supposedly point to again? Book. Gila. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want, kitty? What do you want? It does look like a clock hand, however, it is more of a compass than anything. And it points towards specific objects. But I don't remember why it points towards specific objects. So this one's pointing at the little Ambra boy, and then it switches to point at the little moon symbol. And then it points at the Corbin's might. So is that a clue? That gives us 3 objects. Is that another series of objects to unlock a doodad down here? Maybe? Okay. Alright. Okay. What are you? You know what? You can go over here. What are you? There was a lot of containment for that item. I feel like it's something that we probably should not have out in the open. There is definitely something unusual about this item. I can't quite put my finger on it, though. I can't tell if that low hum is coming from the item or my own imagination. It feels unusual. Not hot exactly, but energetic somehow. This is a very descriptive item that has a lot going on for it. Made of gold. This part is painted black. You know, go back. Go back in the thing. We'll leave you there for the moment. I feel like that needs to stay in there. We'll remember it's there. I'll leave it in its containment field. That feels like the best plan. Probably should even relock it, but it's got a containment field. It should be fine. Cool. So we've solved that. That does finally solve the mystery of the clock. However, I feel like... So, when it was in this orientation... Oh, that's probably what that's about. Okay, so this was the symbol on the locked flower. And it gave us this specific phase of the moon. The opposite phase of the moon causes the clock to constantly spin. So that's probably the game saying, you picked the wrong phase of the moon, so we're not going to give you static clock hands to pick from to try to unlock the thing. So that probably doesn't mean anything other than you picked the wrong moon. That's how I'm going to interpret that until further notice. So yeah, that's okay. Got it. You're a fairy. Alright. Mysteries being solved. This is a good thing. Pet the kitty. Ring the bell. Bunny. You. I know you from somewhere. I don't remember why, but this shop was important somehow. I'm sorry, I know I'm not making much sense. I haven't been myself. I'll leave you be. Okay. So we, may have cut a little bit too much out of her head. But she asked for it. She came at me first. I was only defending myself. What's this symbol? Diamond down cross. Okay. Diamond up cross. So we've got diamond down cross as the symbol. Square down cross. Triangle down double cross. Diamond up cross. But no diamond down cross. Interesting. No diamond down cross for this one. Alright, that's going to remain unidentified for the moment. She does seem calmer, yes. She is not angry, hostile, and murderous. So that's a good thing. I wanted to try to find... I want to try to find the one that describes the compass doodad, the one that gave us information. Oh. Oh. A display of Gaudian objects at the Museum of History in Undermere. Neat. We have several that look like these things. Okay, I'll get there later. We're looking for the one that is the compass detector doodad. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. I thought I remember a page related to it. Maybe we just go through all the pages quick and just see which one, because there was a picture of a compass and it was very obvious. bunny. Wait a second. Oh, okay. I honestly don't remember there being a picture of a bunny here on the hearing charm because I think we solved it without reading the page. But this would be another case of attempting to mislead us with clues. Because this one says, it's a hearing charm. Picture of bunny. And then you spend half your time looking in the shop for a picture of a bunny. But in reality, it's hearing charms take the form of animals, plural, potential many, known for their hearing. And ultimately it was the bat. So this is them attempting to mislead us, attempting to give us a red hair ring, as it were. Compass. Resonance compass. Point towards nearby resonant objects. The only objects that could be detected this way. Resonant objects are highly prized both by thaumaturges and those who collect occult curiosities. And it's checked, which means it's been identified, so we used it correctly. But what this means is that reading this would not have told me that we should have used those things as keys on the plinths. So this was our own deductive reasoning that said it's pointing towards 3 objects, therefore they might be 3 things that go on the plinths. We should try that. Got it. Okay, it's good. That would be why I also couldn't find it in the book, because I didn't realize it was already checked off. Interesting, Valuna. Interesting that they were fine with 2 tabs open until suddenly one of them went out of sync. That's weird. Okay. I think we're good. Okay. Pet the kitty. Ring the bell. Hello, Peter. How you doing? They found some poor soul washed up on Lakeshore. An older lady by the sounds of it. Drowned. But that's not the worst of it. Her eyes are all black, just like those others. I'm not taking any chances with the water around here. I'll take a Bones Guard. Alright, I gotta remember which one the Bones Guard is. Bones Guard. Objects bear the mark of the antidote. Okay. Do we have mark of the antidote? Oh. Mark of the antidote, perhaps. But let's take a look at the symbol. Just to see if there actually is an antidote symbol. Yes, I remember this. There was not a symbol for antidote. So, the symbol for antidote would likely be the opposite of the symbol for poison. Which does not exist in the book. But it exists on this little guy. The symbol resembles the symbol for poison rendered upside down with the line under it. Oh, I guess there is a line under that, which can be inferred that this is the mark of the antidote. I'm afraid I can't pay you, but I can offer a trade if you'll accept it. Sure. Okay. Dude's just casually offering me hands. Thanks, bud. Appreciate you. Ew. No, you can be green for poison. And you can have that one. And you can be... Good. He's just been casually carrying around a hand. Just waiting for an opportunity to offload it onto some poor schmuck. It chills my blood to hold it. Nothing to remark. It's cold, crisscross grooves in the palm. Polished candlestick holder made of stone, gold, and wood. Great. Lovely. Just gonna put you in here with the other hands. Right? Make them shake hands. We'll put them in the cupboard together. We'll assume that they're shaking hands to become acquainted with each other. Yes, at least it's not actual mummified flesh and it's just a stone-carved hand. Unlike this one, that actually is a mummified hand. Literally withered flesh, grim. So, you know. Not our first rodeo. Really grabbing that low-hanging fruit there, aren't you, Iron Ninja? Pet the kitty. End the day. The rider was lucky. He made it to Backbarrow and found refuge there, and was nursed back to health. He would later discover his left eye was permanently blackened, like his partner's eyes had been. So his eye wasn't damaged, it was just black. To my left, the day. To my right, the night. Alright, that's probably catacombs symbol, or catacombs clues. Well, let's head to the catacombs. Ew. That was easy. I find the row of 3 tombs in the upper levels of the catacombs. The cool darkness is strangely calming at times down here, and I sit for a while in quiet contemplation. When I rouse from my thoughts, I look down at my feet and find an item there. Had it been there all along? I never noticed when I sat down. Okay. Alright. A little unhappy frowny dude with earrings and a nice hat. Great. Where do you fit in the collection? You can fit next to little creepy poison boy. Oh, it dingles. You are made of gold, oak. Feels a little warmer than I would expect. So the top part feels warmer. I remember there was one thing that we had said where the halo feels warmer. I don't remember which one that was, but I remember reading that. Makes a soft tinkling sound when it moves. Which was the one with the golden halo? Do not remember. Do not remember. Find it later. Ooh. Oh, different look outside than usual. Less green, more yellows. Alright. Pet the kitty. Ring the bell. Mail time. I've been hearing a worrying rumor about Verona Green. They're saying she drowned in the lake. Oh no. I hope for all our sakes they're wrong. Alright. So I was concerned about that when they said an old lady washed up, drowned in the lake with black eyes. She did last say that she wasn't feeling too hot. What was the last thing she actually did say? She is unsettled after visiting Calgarth Hall. She came across the bubbling black mess that was oozing from the rock. It's spreading. She feels she needs to investigate. She went underground into the catacombs. She realizes she's been getting careless. She's been getting headaches. And then she wanted a protective device. So she may have not survived her ordeal. MBM. Okay. According to family legend, an ancestor of mine hid an item of thaumic significance in his burial chamber. It has never been found, but not for lack of trying. I was tempted to search for it myself until I learned that it was in the catacombs in a place known as the Hall of Shields. Perhaps it's better to leave it to those who know what they're doing. Okay. Hall of Shields, you say? Hall of Shields. As I descend further into the catacombs, a strange sensation comes over me. It is not fear, although fear is mixed in with it. With a cold clarity, I know at once what it is. I have entered an area known as the Depths, a place where few have been and fewer have returned from. Not even Palians can clear the air here, and render it safe to breathe. But there is a way. Slate miners inhale the vapors produced by the spirit called a wandering shroud. They say it invigorates their senses and stays the mind rot that would otherwise consume them. It would be dangerous to continue exploring down here without following their lead. So we need a wandering shroud. Which I don't have a clue for. Interesting. Let's try the doodads here in case it's got an alternate name or reference. Wandering Shroud. Spirit Charm or Shield Charm or Spirit Vault. Shield Charm. Protection. Wandering Shroud will not abide them, for example. So Wandering Shroud. Spirit Vault. Spirit Vault, also known as a fetid chamber, is a receptacle used to store a wandering shroud. The interior is lined with a paste made from sulfur, hence the nickname. You'll stink of sulfur. Wandering shroud in the Spirit Vault is what we're looking for. Not considered dangerous since shrouds tend to be benign, but on occasion they do not take kindly to being restrained. Faint vibration of the receptacle can be felt when the shroud is held within. Does it vibrate? Cool and smooth, soft. Cool and smooth. Gold porcelain. Interesting. So it's not vibrating, but it does smell of sulfur. Do we have any other containers that might smell of sulfur? No, this is like my only container that I don't already have identified. Okay. Well, there we go. So you are our Spirit Vault. stay yellow. You can be that one. And we won't even symbol you. I try to breathe in the vapors from the wandering shroud, but to my horror I realize that the spirit vault is empty. My vision starts to blur as the cloying air of the depths fills my lungs and I stagger away in a daze. When at last I reach the surface, I take deep breaths of the fresh air, but my lungs ache for some time after. I need to be more careful. I have written to Barton Potter. He will know where to find a wandering shroud. So, right device, wrong contents. Now, didn't the wandering shroud say... No. No. Interiors lined with a paste made from sulfur. So, it wasn't vibrating, so I had a suspicion that it did not contain the shroud that it was thought to be inside there. So, I was right, but also I was right, and I used it anyway. It's fine. It's fine. Let's put you down there for now. Hopefully Barton Potter will come to us with a random spirit in a box that we can use.
Doodly doo. Doodly doo. Doodly doo. Doodly doo.
Okay. Pet the kitty. Ring the bell. Oh, Nancy, you are not looking good. I've done something quite stupid. I went exploring in Heathwood and came across a grave. It was overgrown with dark brambles, so I started to clear them to get a better look at the inscription. I wasn't as careful as I should have been. The thorns were thick and menacing, and I scratched my arm on one of them. I have not felt well since. Please, help me. Alright. Do you want an anti-poison? Feel like an anti-poison might be helpful right about now. What else can we give her? I mean, Bones Guard is technically antidote, so that could be. She might also need a Visager for her disease. A Lamb Siphon for her curse, perhaps. This is the Blackheart curse, isn't it? Heart feels constricted, skin pale, cold to the touch, and veins stand out darkly on the body. This is indeed the Dark Heart curse. And we need a Lamb's Siphon, which I haven't identified yet, so... the instrument is made using the dried seed pod of a sheep snap plant, which is this one. Sounds hollow when tapped. Now, this, referring to this, the ball, this makes more sense if you had played the previous game, because I think you would have a better visibility into what this plant looks like to know that it does indeed look like this. So here's your curse fixer. Good luck. Lamb's Siphon. Good luck, don't die. Love the new look, Nancy. Really brings out the black under your eyes. Truth Conduit. These items are used by tricksters and swindlers to distort and deceive. They do not warrant the designation of dark article that some want to apply to them, but they can be, and have been, used maliciously. The gentle sound they produce anchors the mind as the spell is woven, combining symbology with a deeper, more primitive power. Okay. Gentle sound, you say? Alright, you are... Lamb Siphon. We'll make you green. Give you... that one, sure. tinkling sound. Wasn't there another one that made a sound? I thought there was another one that made a sound. Like a rumbly, whispery sound. I thought it was one of the newer ones. Am I misremembering? It was the thing in here. And that was the truth conduit. Maybe that thing? I don't know. Is it still October 3rd? It is still October 3rd. Man, it feels like that was like 2 or 3 days ago. Because I had posted that in the random stuff channel. And I swear to God that felt like 2 or 3 days ago. But it is indeed still October 3rd. The day 2 brothers almost died in an experiment. You are gonna need to provide more information, because I don't know what you're referring to, at least not off the top of my head. Meow. What do you want, kitty? Hang on, I need to go attend to Kitty. He wants something. So we're gonna do a BRB. I'm gonna get myself some more tea. Y'all need to go get snacks, stretch, get some drinks, do whatever you gotta do. And I'll BRB. Sorry about that. We're back. That was longer than I anticipated. I did not realize that I needed to make tea. I needed to potty. And both the kitties' water bottles and both their kitty food dishes were empty. I was being a bad cat dad, so I had to take care of that. So, everything is taken care of. All of everyone's needs in the house are taken care of. And we're ready to get back to the game. So we pet the kitty. And we ring the bell. Ah! Our last person. You don't know me, but it's time I introduce myself. I am the curator of the Museum of History here in Undermere. Eli and I have a complicated relationship. Don't all siblings? I don't tend to come by the shop much anymore, but I heard he had left town for a few days. I wanted to bring him this, but I know he'd only turn me away without even looking at it. Okay. Alright. It's sure. It's a 3-piece pendant with gold, wood, and jade, perhaps? Thanks. What do you do? Let us analyze. Oh. It do nothing. It do nothing. Gold, wood, green. Hard, hard, hard. Nothing. It takes great effort to tear my eyes away. Yeah. So it do nothing, but it don't do nothing. Interesting. We had a thing about that, and that thing was... That thing was... Shin? No, not Shin. I keep clicking on Shin. Shin is not a thing. That thing is not the Zephyrim. Not the Zia. It was a thing that was hard to take our eyes away from. Gaudian Siren. Although these are similar in form to Thaumic needles, so pyramidal, tower-ish, obelisk-ish, create a strong compulsion like a siren's call that can be used to divert attention. Yeah, so this is our Gaudian Siren. Just in case. I probably have been labeling more things lately as not question marks when I absolutely should be question marking them. But some of them have been pretty solidly obvious. Thaumic fidget toy. Valuna. I also do nothing. And this is our Thaumic needle, which I don't think we've technically confirmed. So, let's double check. We haven't confirmed that yet, right? No, we have not. Okay. Yeah, that was another one that I wrote with confidence, even though I wasn't actually sure. Tower of Babel question mark. Bones Guard we've confirmed. Limb Siphon we confirmed recently. Same with the Moonstone, Sexy Stone. Spirit Vault without Wandering Shroud. Hang on. I thought it was with. We've confirmed it is without the Wandering Shroud. To be changed once we find one. We gotta find one first. You were the Ethereal Key. There you go. Alright, you were the ethereal key, which has been checked. That's good. Good. Getting better. I still don't think we have. I don't think we have a thing for this yet. Because it says it needs an object made of silver that produces a diurnic field. I have very few objects made of silver to even consider that. Tin. I always thought this was made of stone. It's made of tin. Glad I checked. This thing's been around forever too. Like these hands, we've had these since the beginning. So still yet to come what they mean. I've also had this since the beginning, without a clear definition of what it is. There's a couple things that we've had since the very beginning that don't have a full explanation yet. But most of them have been identified. So this was our last person who was a question mark on our person list. The curator Thaddeus White, related brother-wise to our thaumaturge Eli White. It is a stick in the form of a tree. Specifically, you suspected, with white paint on it with symbols. Rough and gnarled. That produces no other feelings. It's got a moon on it, and it's got a box with a crossy doodad on it. Do we have a matching symbol for that? Box with a crossy do on it. Witch sign. It's a witch sign. So it's a witchy tree. If we happen to need a witchy tree, we got a witchy tree. I don't think we even have any descriptors in here that match that yet. Nothing's really come up that has matched that description. Okay. Okay. Got it. We pet the kitty. And we ring the bell. Hello, Simone. How are you? Jupiter! Thank goodness you're safe. I was worried about you. I hope my mother is okay, too. I've lost count of the amount of gossip I've heard about her misdeeds over the years. Her mother is Verona. I got it. The truth is, when she gets stuck into a mystery, she's been known to disappear for days at a time. In the meantime, I believe I found another clue in the journal. The text directly before this is largely illegible, but I was able to make out a reference to a vault of some kind. Verona is a lovely name. So, you know, I never really realized that our librarian Simone and our resident problem solver Verona are related. Never really dawned on me, because I'm pretty sure we've had both of these characters in the first game as well. But they never mentioned each other. They never talked about family. They were always just two separate characters on their own two separate story arcs. Never really dawned on me. And then we've got Eli, our thaumaturge, who is related to our curator Thaddeus. We have Rebecca, Edmund Bishop. We have Francesca Robertson, related to what's-her-name Robertson, the sister. We have Mr. Potter. We got the creepy priest cultist, Audra Bale. And then Cat. Probably not related to anyone else. You never know, though. Okay. Text directly before this is largely illegible, but I was able to make a reference to a vault of some kind. Okay. 3 resonant objects. Lightest first, heaviest last. Well, about that. I kinda accidentally got it right the first try. Because I didn't know that there was a key to it. I just literally picked them up in order that I had found them in. We got this one first, and then this one, and then this one. So literally just accidentally got it right the first try. Which is great. Okay. So she was to give us the clue on how to open the vault if we had not already figured it out ourselves. Which is good. It's great. Pet the kitty. Ring the bell. Ah, you again. I got a fright when they brought the body of that poor drowned woman to me with those lifeless black eyes. I thought for sure it was Verona at first. She does look like her. But we're quite certain it's a lady from Hawkshead who went missing a few days ago. Well, that's good. Verona might still be alive. There's one thing I can't get out of my head, though. Why would she try and swim across the lake? And in the meantime, Verona is still missing. I don't like to use thalamic needles as a rule, but the circumstances are beyond the rulebook. We need answers, if you insist. Tall item. Weighing scales and a candle can confirm that its weight does indeed reduce when heated. Loam. Sometimes called a hand of Jupiter, or a fire palm. A loam is an item with an enticing power. They can reverse the signs of aging, but anyone who has played that game knows that it can only last so long before time catches up, and when it does, it often hits harder. Hand of Jupiter, you say? Kitty, do you have any hands on you? Good kitty. Alright, thalamic needle can be unquestion marked. That is confirmed. So is this our hand of Jupiter? It chills my blood to hold it. Maybe. Could also be this one. Very monkey's paw-esque. Well, either one of these could be the hand of Jupiter. Who knows? Let's take a look at the actual entry and see if the picture helps at all. Right. It was called something else, not a hand of Jupiter. It was called... It was called... It was called... was called Loam. That's right. Okay, there we go. It was called Hand of Jupiter, but it didn't actually have a bolded item to put it into the index, so I immediately lost track of it. Or a fire palm. Okay. So, I mean, we got the hand right, but this is hand holding a ball. So it may or may not be related to the stone hand that we've got. you're referring to this time, Iron Ninja. Hang on, doing a thing. Doing a thing. Doing a thing. Doing a thing. Okay, thing did. Yep, still don't know the song. Don't know the song, don't know the reference. Pat, pat, pat. You again. The people are afraid, and they're right to be, but it's too late for them. They're of no use to us, but you might be. Prove yourself, and perhaps Holger will deem you worth saving. I require an object to steady my restless congregation and remind them why I am the one to lead us through this turbulent time. Love your cloak, though. They respect strength and power above all else. So, we now have the opportunity to sabotage her worship. And I have a feeling this is going to lead to one of probably several endings. If we help her bring Holger forward and her cultists worship it, then that's probably one ending, versus dissolving her cult by the folly. So the Fortunance we have not identified yet. Morgan's Folly, I think we had a clue towards. Folly's symbol can be revealed to induce a trance-like state in anyone who casts their eye upon it, making them open to suggestibility. Precautions to be taken against unknowingly looking upon the hidden symbol for too long. Okay, no, we have no idea what that one is. The Fortinance can enhance physical strength or restore strength that has been sapped, whether by exertion or by hex. Made of stone or iron and usually take the form of a small totem. Okay. I don't know which of any of these are. So in terms of a small iron or stone totem that I have left unidentified, it's probably this one. Wait, didn't we identify this one? We did identify this one, didn't we? And I forgot to label it. Oh no. Does anyone remember what this one was? This was the one that was the single stone in a bronze setting, and I got very salty that they didn't mention the giant stone statue below it. And it was related to... It was related to the moonstone. Protection. And this was the tenebrous cloak, wasn't it? Single stone set in bronze gives power to these totems. Yeah, okay. Hang on. just to label it. There we go. Yeah, I remember being salty about that. I swear I labeled that. Maybe it didn't save. Who knows? Maybe I didn't remember correctly and I didn't actually label it. Okay. So, they respect strength and power above all else. The two objects that we have to offer her feel like they would both help her. Whether I want to help her is a different question. But Morgan's Folly would open her subjects up to susceptibility and suggestion. So she would be able to convince them that way. Or the Fortinance is just straight up strength and power. I feel like that's the one that she wants. And I also don't think I have the other one to even try to give her. Let's look at that other thing hidden in the vault. Hang on, lady. You. Unusual but energetic. Low hum. Definitely something unusual. Now, what was the thing that had the low hum? It was a recent acquisition. No, wasn't that the Guardian? No, this is the Guardian Siren. To divert attention. I don't remember which was the one that had the hum. Because it mentioned the hum. And I remember it was this doodad. Was it the pit? No. The pit. Hang on, hang on. This might be the pit. Because the description says 3 different elements representing 3 different thalmic doodads, which we'll have to confirm by the types of material. But it also mentions that it doesn't produce a recognizable thalmic field, which this does not produce. So the reason I thought it was the Guardian Siren is the difficulty of tearing the eyes away, and the fact that the Guardian Siren matches this right here, saying that it has a similar form of thalmic needles. Strong compulsion, diverts attention. So this trinket that he just gave us seems to be 2 different things. So I don't know which one is legit. So I have it labeled as both. And I'm curious which one it would be. Because this is our thalmic needle. And it says it's similar in appearance to a thalmic needle. So we've got Tower of Babel is similar in appearance. We've got this that's similar in appearance. So this does match the Gaudian Siren descriptor. Same with the effect of taking efforts to tear eyes away. So it has the effect of a Gaudian Siren, but it also matches the description of the pit with the 3 different elements and the not producing a recognizable thaumic field. So that's tricky. Very, very tricky. Okay. Let's do you, get the lady back. So I think I don't have the Morgan's Folly to even try to give her. If I do, I don't have anything obvious to give. Because the Morgan's Folly really doesn't have any useful descriptors on it. It really only says the symbol can be revealed to induce a trance-like state in anyone who casts their eye upon it, and precautions should be taken against unwittingly looking upon the hidden symbol for too long. So, I guess that would be this one? So maybe this is it? That symbol was... Hypnosis. That is the Morgan's Folly. Okay. And we're going to put that symbol. And we're going to give you that tag for funsies. You can be red. Okay. So that's Morgan's Folly. I'll put a question mark until we can confirm it. Now, the one that I'm less curious, or the one I'm less sure about, is the Fortinance. Enhances physical strength, or restores strength, made of stone or iron, and take the form of a small totem. The only small totem that I have left, I have a couple small totems left. I have this totem left, this totem left, and I technically have the Tower of Babel left. Just because we don't have it guaranteed yet, confirmed. But pretty sure this is Tower of Babel because the symbol, the symbol matches its field that it was doing. I don't have any other totems left. I have this totem left, but that's definitely not it, because that is neither iron nor stone. You having fun with the emotes out there? Enjoy your lurking, Frostbite. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. So this is probably the Fortinance. Let's look at that symbol. See if that symbol matches anything. The diamond with the strength. Okay, that's our Fortinance. Okay. ANC? ENC. Fortinance. Yes. Okay. So you are our Fortinance. Okay. So the question then is, what should I give her? They respect strength and power. So, if I want to give her what she wants, the Fortinance is probably it. If I don't want to help her out, then I would probably give her the Morgan's Folly. I don't know let's read up on all the stuff that she has to say for herself. So first and foremost, the priest, Audrey Bell. Followers of the warrior god Holgar are not easy to come by, but they make up for their low numbers with zeal and grandiosity. Their priests have all the self-appointed authority of a village fete, organizer, and the power struggles between clergy and acolyte are as bitter and hard fought as many a debate about bunting or cake stands. Wow, that is a descriptor. They have all the self-appointed authority of a village fete organizer, fete being roughly party, to my knowledge. And the power struggles between the clergy and the acolytes are as bitter as ladies debating about bunting or cake stands. So, they're kind of petty, is what I'm getting out of this. Audrey has strong opinions about death and the afterlife, perhaps forgetting that the god she follows is best known for sending thousands of people reluctantly to it, but had very little to say about its substance. Alright, so she starts off visiting us earlier. Bend your ear to the trees, hold your palm out to the wind. The ravens can feel it, can you? Something is stirring. I will need a Holgen Grim in the coming days. And the Holgen Grim was their profane ritual item, basically. The mask, I believe. Judgment is coming. We worship the warrior not out of love, but because he is powerful. Because he demands our fear. What use is a god that you are not afraid of? Those of us who have read Holger's teaching have known about the prophecy for a long time, and now the casket will finally be opened. It contains the final lesson for those who will not kneel. It contains his retribution against the sinful. It contains his divine rage. My preparations are underway to celebrate his wrath and prove our devotion. For now, a veiled fen is all I require. So she wanted a Holger's Grim and a veiled fen. The Holgen Grim is the mask that they use in rituals relating to death and the afterlife. And then the veiled fen is the creepy eyeball object used to command attention from individuals or small groups. Public speakers use them as a substitute for charisma. So she kind of forcefully made people look at her and pay attention to her. She worships a god of death who is apparently directly responsible for the black casket that is spreading the black-eyed coma disease among our people. So something tells me I don't want to help her very much. But the problem is, both of the objects that I'm asked to offer her will help with her problem in different ways. The Morgan's Folly will just straight up hypnotize them, and the Fortinance will give her a feeling of strength and power, which they will respect and follow her willingly. Of those two choices, giving her the thing that she wants, the Fortinance, for strength and power, is slightly less offensive than giving her an object to straight up hypnotize her followers and force them to love her. I don't really like either of these options, but I do have to pick one. Let's go with the Fortinance, because I feel like the Molly's Folly, I'm gonna rename it that, by the way. I feel like forcing people to believe through magic is less good, more bad, than just giving her an object of strength and power that they would willingly follow. So yeah, I'm not on board with the forced the forced hypnotism. It's not quite where I'm leading. So let's give her the Fortinance. You can have it. I still don't believe in your cause, ma'am. Tormund's Bane. These can be rolled along the tongue to cure Tormund's paralysis, or worn about the neck to protect against the curse. Like most items that ward against curses, they emit a diurnic field pattern. Okay. Rolled along the tongue, you say. So we know that this is accurate. That's good. Oops. That's good. Okay. What are we rolling along the tongue? What are we tonguing? I'm curious what this is. This is another Holger's item. Probably not labeled as Holger, but it is in his image. Holger, Holgengrim, Holgengrim. Yes. Ah, we have it now. Okay. So it's one of the things he's wearing. So it may not directly be Holger's item, but it is something that he was wearing on him. I don't have many of these items, come to think of it. I have this. I have this. I don't think I have this. I have his mask, or at least a mask that represents him. I don't have this lopsided infinity loop. I don't have this. I don't have this. I don't have that. So either we're getting more trinkets, or he's just wearing more than I'm ever going to have. Still don't have the Omega symbol. I was kind of hoping we'd get the Omega symbol to see if we can unlock another thing in the back rooms through here, but I don't have that. And nothing descriptive has ever mentioned anything that looks like a coffin or has his visage on it. So we don't really have anything to go on for that. What was that symbol again? That was the Pisces symbol, but it represents something else. Insanity, paralysis. So, Ring of Paralysis. Which again, I don't think we have a descriptor for. If we do, I don't recall it. Yeah, I guess next day. Pet the kitty. End the day. The writer's partner was less fortunate. They found his frozen body a week later. They're really trickle feeding that story, aren't they? I am marked by Jupiter. The cat or the god? The cat or the god? Do we have a Jupiter symbol to work with? We do. 10 Jupiter. Jupiter is 10. Okay, so it's the funky 24 symbol. Okay. 24 symbol. Funky 24 symbol. I don't see anything in here. We have a circle triangle or an omega triangle. We have 3 diamonds overlapping. We have this doodad, whatever that is. We have a flowery thing. Moons all over the darn place. I don't see it. So it could be elsewhere. And that does remind me that we have yet to finish exploring the castle. Marked by Jupiter, you say? Piled up on a reading desk, I find books on ornithology, alongside bestiaries of the old world. You can learn a lot about a person by the books they read. Alright. So that wasn't it. Any other marked by Jupiter locations? We do. But I've already been in there. Because I've been in all of these, but maybe it'll open up now that I've got the clue. Yeah, it opens up now that I've got the clue. Okay. The mark of Jupiter on my map leads me to a square room on the ground floor. Other than an intriguing torn note, there doesn't seem to be anything of interest until I notice that the bookshelf is mounted on a runner and can slide to one side. I push it and it glides easily, revealing a hidden recess in the wall behind it. Okay. Ah, we have the other half of the clue. Oh, you're not going to let me put it together? Okay, that's cool. Fine. Be that way. The castle vaults are blocked by a diurnic seal. It can be opened by an object made from silver or gold that produces a diurnic field. Ah. See, I was only getting half the picture. And diurnic seal, object made from silver that produces a diurnic field. There's more to it than that. Gold is the other option. So, you are bronze. You are bronze. Okay, so you're not actually related to the situation. I'll slap you over here. Gold, bronze. Various shades of bronze going on here. I guess bronze could take on many shades depending on what the mix of copper and tin. Bronze is copper and tin. Brass is copper and zinc. Or is it the other way around? I can never remember. I always get confused. And I always end up making the wrong mixture. Okay, so diurnic seal, silver or gold that produces a diurnic field. So does it need to be a specific object, or does it just need to be any object that produces the appropriate field? This is not a diurnic field. Let us remind ourselves what the diurnic field looks like. I'm pretty sure it's just the concentric loopies, but I wanna be sure. Big circle, little circle, big circle, diamond circle. Circle, little circle, diamond circle. Yeah. So it's the concentric inward-facing ringy things. Okay. So now I need to find a silver object or a gold object that produces that field. Kitty. It does produce a diurnic field. Okay. Now the question is, does the diurnic seal You know what? Let's give it a try. Let's try the kitty. And if that doesn't work, then we need to have more investigation behind it. So we're going here, and we're going here. Go in the vault. We're going to put the kitty at it. Kitty! The door slides open without a sound, as though it has been kept well oiled over the years. Behind it, I find a large natural cavern that extends into the rock beneath the castle. Somewhat disappointingly, the walls are lined with racks of whiskey bottles instead of the rows of artifacts I was picturing. When I show Edmund, he is delighted, and he spends some time examining the dusty shelves. It's not long before he makes a find that I'm surprised I missed. I return to the shop with a spring in my step and a curious item that demands further study. And Edmund has a lot more booze to work with. Imagine finding a secret room in your house lined with old whiskeys. How exciting would that be? Even if you don't like whiskey, it could be worth a fortune. Alright, what do we got here? What are you? You are an object, and those are all weather symbols. Like, that one's snow, that one's, I don't remember, that one's like nature, leaf, whatever. Bronze and iron. Weathered, sharp edges, engraved symbols. No scent or sound. No mental feelings. The Bishop Square is a simple tool of my great-grandfather's devising, loosely based on a Briar's disc. Didn't we have a Briar's disc in the first game? I don't remember. By all accounts, he was an impressive man, but it would seem his mind began to fail him at the end. Perhaps he spent too long studying his Zia. He imagined invisible enemies coming to steal away his most prized possessions, so he began hiding them about the castle, noting their locations in a code that only he understood. Yes, we did have a Briar's disc in the first game, and it was a kind of a compass of symbols of sorts. You'd start off with a symbol of like a crow and match that up on the map, and then you'd follow the symbol pointing to another direction and keep following the trail until you find the target. So that was our map treasure hunting method in the first game. So now we have the Bishop Square as our map treasure hunting method. Okay. Too long studying his Zia. That sounds important, which means I need to figure out what my Zia is. Warned about the neck to place them closer to the heart, these innocent-looking items instill a sense of fear and paranoia that can be difficult to remove. Zias are made from any single material except wood or clay, typically have no symbol or other writings upon their surface. Maybe we don't need to find the Zia, because that just says he spent too long studying his Zia, so he started to imagine enemies and started to hide his stuff. So the Zia made him hide his things, rather than the Zia being important to the clues. Okay. Noting the locations only in a code he understood. So, that then leads us back to the castle, where we are to probably use these symbols to identify and locate things. Very few of them actually line up, though. So let's look at the map or the symbology book first, and just get a review of what those symbols are. I know they're all nature symbols. They're literally season symbols. Okay, so we got autumn, spring, summer, winter. So summer was on top, winter was on bottom, spring was on the left, autumn was on the right. So spring, summer, autumn, winter. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. Okay, that part makes sense. The part that makes less sense is how I'm supposed to interpret these things. So I'm gonna guess that we need additional clues. Like that. That almost matches up. Almost. It's a little bit off kilter. So we can't really rely on aligning the symbols within the holes. Although it works better if I'm not holding it. Because the raisedness. No. So yeah, just clicking around randomly is not going to be the best way to identify locations. We could also try having the actual map open and use it this way. Looks like the spacing is about the same whether we're in the map or out here. Yeah, there's definitely Mars in winter, rising in summer. Ah, okay. That's one clue. So Mars in winter. Which one is our Mars symbol? Man, I wish I remember symbols better. I know I have this information in my head somewhere. But I can't for the life of me remember all of the Greek? Roman? Astrology? Whichever. I can't remember all these symbols. So Mars is the male symbol. That's that one I got. So Mars in winter. Mars in winter. Rising in summer. Here. This one. Mars in winter. Rising in summer. The smells and sounds of cooking greet me as I enter the castle's kitchen. I feel a little foolish as I try to avoid the cook's glares while following the clues left to me by a mad old man. What was I thinking? I'm not going to find anything here. And yet, on the exact spot where the map leads me, there is something. A floorboard that has been cut and replaced. With a little difficulty, I lift it up and feel around in the cavity below before my fingers grasp something hard. Crying cultist statue. Lovely. Cool. So that raises interesting questions. Because I had previously already visited the kitchens. And because I previously visited the kitchens, I thought there would be nothing there. But this thing led me to the kitchens. Which means I cannot just blindly wander around. I need to actually have clues and hints to guide me. Cool. Cool. So all of my wandering to clear out the first floor, null and void. I'm going to scratch that from my memory. Pretend like we never did it. So if a clue says go to the ballroom, even though we've already been to the ballroom, we're going to the ballroom. Okay. That is the only obvious clue. Mars in winter, rising in summer. That's the only one. So this potentially useless now. Now that we have used it for its purpose. We'll see. Gonna leave it around just in case. Just in case it becomes useful. Just gonna, I don't know, put you in the drawer or something. Put you in the drawer. Put you in the drawer. Close the drawer. Okay. Great. Okay, so this is, I mean, technically done. I don't need it anymore. That's right. So this was the clue that led us to the Hall of Shields, which led us to bring the Spirit Vault down, only to find out it does not contain the spirit we need. So we are waiting on Mr. Potter to come back to us with a spirit to put in the vault. so we can then use it to breathe to go down the Hall of Shields to get whatever this doodad is. So that's still a clue we need to chase. This is the information on thermic fields, which I don't really need anymore, so we're just going to vault that. Okay. We're going to finish off this day, and then we'll be done, because it's late. So pet the kitty. Ring the bell. Hello, James. How and or who are you? I can't say too much, but it has fallen to me to carry a secret that people would kill for. That people have killed for. Alright. It's a lot of weight to carry around in my head, and it's getting harder to bear around certain family members. It occurred to me that it would be safer in an ecumenical. Great. This is my first thought on the ecumenical. Take it. Great. The brain box. It does not... There is an hourglass motif on the box, a memento mori. Now, memento mori, in my mind, and in the description, is a reminder of death. So, I would not have thought the hourglass fit the theme of memento mori. But, clearly I'm wrong. On closer inspection, it produces an unpleasant sensation, suggesting it is empty. Okay. Good luck putting your brain in a box, sir. That Iron Ninja means you need to pet that cat. A shadow anchor is sometimes used in the practice of shadow casting, the art of projecting one's presence outside of the body. Astral projection? Mm-hmm. Without an anchor, minds have been known to become lost. Shadow anchor designs can vary greatly. Some prefer pendants, where others prefer to clutch a totem in their hand. Some make use of symbology, where others use gemstones. They will always produce a field from the individual branch, however. What? Okay. Cool. Not helpful. Like, really not helpful. Like, 100% not helpful. It is either a pendant or a totem. It has either symbols or gems. And it produces a field of one of two possible fields. Narrows it down, but not by much. Cool. Bye. Right, so we're gonna label you. Shred, sure. You. Good. We got the boom box and we got the brain box. In fact, we don't even need the real name on that. I'm gonna go back to my practice of not labeling things correctly. Brain box it is. Good. That cat needed petting. Probably still needs more petting. Speaking of which, pet the kitty. Ring the bell. Ah, more mail. Wonderful. People are getting restless. The followers of Holger have been marching through the streets with crazed priests at their head. Not long ago, that sort of behavior wouldn't have been tolerated in Undermere. Now, people are joining in. I know what it feels, sir, to have previously unacceptable practices being practiced out in public with lots more people following them than they really should be. Okay. In answer to your question, yes, it is possible to capture a wandering shroud. To the north of town, if you follow the little stream up through the woods, you'll come out on a hilltop that was clearly of some ancient sacrifice. It is not uncommon to see wandering shrouds there. Be patient, be still, and they will come. Your friend, Mr. Potter. Well, let's go get our wandering shroud then. So we're going up here somewhere. What does it say? Come across the hilltop that was clearly of ancient significance. So the Barrows, probably. That sounds about right. The Barrows. After a pleasant long walk along the beck being the river, got it, I reach a series of grassy mounds. The Barrows. Whoever is buried in them must have been important in their time. If I am to collect what I have come for, I will need to be prepared. Get that spirit vault prepared. I sit and wait, quietly and patiently, not certain exactly what I'm looking for. For some time, nothing happens. And then, long after my mind has drifted towards a warm fire and a hearty supper, I notice a movement in the corner of my eye. A strange, thin mist has formed near one of the barrows. It seems to produce a sort of dark light, a contradiction that my eyes have trouble perceiving clearly. The ethereal creature, for surely this is a creature of some kind, ambles towards the vault that I have left out for this purpose, and I daren't breathe as it slowly nestles itself within the receptacle. Aww. It just curled up in a little ball and nestled in. Nice. Great. Shroud with wandering... Spirit Vault with Wandering Shroud. Lovely. Now... Smells like rotten egg still, but it vibrates gently, indicating that there's a spirit inside. Oh, and it's got a purple haze. I guess that works too. Cool. So now we got a spirit in a box. However, I think we'll leave that part for next time. So we'll go catacombs diving next time. For now, we just finish off the day. Pet the kitty. Ring the bell. Hello again, James. I already forgot what voice I gave him. I got to thinking after I left earlier. Transferring the secret to an ecumenical only adds an extra step. Yes, it's safer than walking around with it in my head, but I wouldn't know where to find it. But I would know where to find it. There we go. What I really need is a truth conduit so I can deceive them into thinking I know nothing at all. Really? That's your takeaway from this? Okay. Alright. I'm here to provide tools of whatever trade you wish. I'm not here to offer judgment, as much as I wish to. These are items used by tricksters and swindlers to distort and deceive. They do not warrant a designation of dark article that some want to apply to them, but they can be and have been used maliciously. The gentle sound they produce anchors the mind as the spell is woven, combining symbology with a deeper, more primitive power. So, gentle sound they produce anchors the mind. Now, the only one that I recall that has a gentle sound is either this one, tinkle tinkle, or the thing that is in the vault. Gold, wood, oak. Let's look at that symbol. Warmer than I expect. Symbol is that one. The kind of pointy infinity symbol. Pointy infinity. Which one are you? You are deception. So that is the right one. This is the truth conduit. I don't think that's a very appropriate name. That's much more appropriate. I'll give you green. Shape you like so. Don't even need to put the symbol on it, but I'm gonna anyway. Here's your little tinkling, lying statue. Abrasive mether. This type of mether is used to purge unwanted memories. As with any procedure that can alter the mind, it should be used sparingly and considerately. brain could not do that word for a moment there. Methers are typically used in communal ceremonies designed to be easily passed from person to person. Okay, so I wanted to look at these methers because I identified the previous mether without actually looking at the thingy. Solemn mether. Atomic field. So it doesn't have a specific descriptor to it. Abrasive mether also does not have a good descriptor on it. But this is literally process of elimination at this point because they're not telling me anything about it. Purges memories, alters the mind, use it sparingly, used in communal ceremonies, designed to be passed from person to person. So it's got handles. Like, fucking great. It's got handles. All of them have multiple handles on it. But this is the only one left, so let's just label it. Hope for the best. Great. Got our mether collection. I don't think I didn't actually confirm this one, so we'll put question marks on it. And we'll put question marks on this one. This is the only one that we have properly identified. And I call it a liar because the image on it was a fake. But it's fine. It's fine. It's just me having problems with their clue processes. Okay, so. Great. Pet the kitty. Ring the bell. Hello, Evelyn. I've never felt more tired or more devoid of life. An apathy has settled in my bones that I do not seem to be able to shift. But while I still have breath in my lungs, I will not succumb without a fight. By the grace of Grey, I will find a way forward. Good for you, ma'am. Good for you. Good for you. Not giving up. Despite a complete apathy, you are on board with the fight. Good luck to you, ma'am. Pet the kitty. Ring the bell. Ah, Mr. Potter. I had a tip-off about something exciting. Have you come across the so-called nameless gods? Did you also know that the tall stones that you sometimes find in high places were once doorways of a kind? And here's the exciting part. An inscription has appeared on the stone that sits atop Weatherlum. This is where you come in. I'm confident that a pit will open the doorway. The other option is a Babelia to read the inscription. But they say that if you read the language of the nameless gods, you become cursed, which I can't say I like the sound of. I'm leaning towards the more direct approach, but then again, that could be dangerous too. Ooh. We have a choice. And I don't think I have any information to go on besides what he just told me. Like, I can't read up more on the nameless gods. I think I've only seen one mention of it in my book, and it just said they exist and people worship them. If you read the language, you can become cursed. Can I go look? Witherlum. Weatherlum. Do I have Weatherlum? Because here's the eye. It's a strange arrangement of rocks resembling the Stonehenge site but on a smaller scale, arranged with purpose, though what that purpose was remains a mystery. The locals call it the Eye. There's nothing else to see here. I don't think that's Weatherlum. Do we have a Weatherlum? Weatherlum. might be outside of my ability to leave. I don't see a Weatherlam labeled. These were the only stones that I had. We have the pit. Alright. These are the only stones standing that I'm aware of. These are the barrows. Those are just hills. That's a pit. Some stones, quarry. We have various landscapey features. But I think we do have the bleak stones. The bleak stones stand in their circle in quiet defiance of time. Once home to witchcraft and rituals, now abandoned, silent and still like the surrounding lake. There's magic here, I can feel it, but nothing left for me to uncover. Because I think we already went there. Don't recall exactly. So we have the option, based on what he has said. The standing stones are doorways of a kind. There is an inscription that has appeared on one of those. Appearing inscriptions are generally suspect to begin with. He wants to open the doorway with a pit. Other option, read the inscription, which may come along with a curse. So we either give him the ability to read the inscription, possibly cursing him, or we give him the power of an earthquake to possibly open a doorway to a nether realm filled with elder gods, which may also come along with a curse, in all honesty. So I feel like both options are shady and hazardous, but the reading of the inscription, I would say, is probably less hazardous to his health than causing an earthquake and randomly opening up a doorway to God knows where, possibly disappearing for all time into said place of God knows where, or letting in places, things from places that we should not be going. So I feel like reading the inscription and arming yourself with knowledge first is probably the better choice. So I'm going to lean that route. And hopefully he doesn't die and become cursed. Great. Good luck. Don't die. Don't get cursed. Here's a token of my appreciation. Something for you to ponder over. Okay. Stone of Pondering. Doesn't actually do anything. That's not a label that matches any descriptions I've got. But I just felt like it. Alright, so that's officially labeled. Let's give you... Sure. Okay. End of day. So let us end the day after petting the kitty. Get whatever next story and whatever next clue there may be. And then we shall be done. With dreams of earning his fortune long banished from his mind, the man brought the casket to a trusted friend, the curator of a museum in Undermere. Together, they looked for answers. Ah, so the curator of the museum has known about this for the whole time. Interesting. Sword. This wood. I am buried with the Knight of Thorns. Great. That should be relatively easy to figure out. Catacombs. A thorny thing. A thorny thing. Whatever. Fine. Okay. So, we are done for the night. It appears, length and duration wise, that we have one more stream to go to finish the game. We have 4 more nights. I guess 4 more days and 4 more nights. We have many, if not most, if not all, definitely most, of our trinkets identified, or at least tentatively identified. We have most, if not all, of our clues finalized. We have done the clock today. We did the gate today. We got our thalamic identifier, thalamic detector today. We got the catacombs and did some catacomb diving. We got the map clue tracker that we followed. We got several new trinkets, identified several existing trinkets. We may or may not be helping a cult worship a god of destruction. I didn't really have a choice in the matter, at least not much of a choice, so that's fine. We did... We kind of sliced the brain of a lady who was out for revenge. For better or worse. She did try to steal the cat, though, so it's her own fault. But she may not remember who she is anymore, so that's a bit of a problem. But less of a problem than killing someone and or getting killed? Question mark. So yeah, plenty accomplished today. And then next time, we shall hopefully finish the job. I think that's all that my brain had in it. Just shut off. Just stop functioning. That'll be it for tonight then. Iron Ninja, Ducks, Frostbite, Tracy, Faluna, Isux, anyone else who may be lurking out there. I appreciate y'all hanging out. And I will see you next time. Bye.